Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing.
Okay, I'm rotating my dress.
चार्जिंग नको लावून दे थोडंसं डिस्चार्ज व्हायला पण नको
बरं विसरून जाऊ आपण एकदमच ठीक आहे
Okay, I'm rotating my dress. Hi, Sin.
Sindhu, Parth, you don't need Zoom for this. This is just for questions. Ohad, just for questions here. Yes. Here we go. Yes, 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 yes. I am the coach, Brian Wilson of the Implodian Chess Club. And here we are. We're starting the World Junior Online number 4. Wasn't even planned by the demand of the kids. They wanted what they wanted. And here we go. We're going to start in about a minute here. We got a good field. It's 19 competitors here, 19 students, 19 children from all different ages. In about 10 seconds, we're going to start. As you see in Lichess rating, Marcel P007, who I believe is in, third grade, or maybe even lower than that. But here we go. Make sure you guys get all your new apparel from bcwarts.com. That is the website of our sponsor, Wonderful clothing line. You can find that at bcwarts.com. bcwarts.com. If you're interested in becoming an Implodian, a kid that learns the system that we teach, Implodian Chess, you can email us at implodianchess@gmail.com, or you can go on MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to inquire about those lessons. Also, you can go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to sign up for our January slate of chess tournaments on Sunday. Every Sunday at 12 p.m. is the start. It'll last around 3:30. There's 15 minutes after the first game is done. So you have time to get something to eat, go use the bathroom, but also the tournament could most likely end earlier than the 4 o'clock time that was listed in the description. Shout out to everybody, all the new ones that have joined us in this tournament. We have Parth M, Duped DT, Chess Boy 2, J Chess Boy 1. Who else is new? And Sindhu S. Shout out to you, you guys out there that joined the World Junior Online for the first time. This is our 4th tournament, and we're going to continue to do this every Sunday. Now, also, feel free to chat on our YouTube channel. Make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel and like the videos, and even share the videos if you think they're good videos and they're instructive, because that's what I'm here for, to provide some instructions and some analysis on the games that we're seeing. Now let's get into the game. The first game, we see the top player, or the top rated player on Lichess Race. Remember, this is a USCF rated event. We're rating it by USCF online quick rating. So quick chess is anything under 30 minutes, between 10 minutes, I believe. So 10 minutes, between 10 and 30 minutes is quick chess. And there's a separate rating for that, and there's even another additional separate rating for online quick chess. As we see, Marcel P007 is bringing out the tactics early with the double attack, threatening checkmate and the rook on A8. This looks like it was a Scotch Gambit. Scotch Gambit could be very dangerous. Okay, it was a Scotch game, and the move B6 was just a big mistake by Parth M, because after E5, you move the knight back, and then boom, there you go. Checkmate threat, and the rook in the corner is going to be a problem, as he does take that rook in the corner. So this looks like this is a winning position for Marcel P007. Let's go to another game. Let's look at Blue EP Chess versus Duped. I've been duped. hopefully that's not the case in this game. This is looks like a regular Italian. No, I'm sorry, not an Italian game because we see a fianchetto position here. So it looks like this started out as a Sicilian that was pulled out by blue EP chess, who's a veteran of these games. Now the move B3 looks like, man, that doesn't look good at all, because what you're doing is you're opening up the diagonal here, and there look like some tactics there, but he didn't try to punish him for the tactics right now. I guess you could have played the move knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 nets a pawn, because if knight takes e4, the bishop will take the rook in the corner. And if d takes e4, then you would simply just take the knight on c3. So that was a tactic that was missed by blue EP chess, but still looks like blue EP chess has a really, really good position, because this diagonal is going to be hard to deal with. Maybe Duke will play bishop b2 now to take away the pressure on the diagonal. As Implodians, we break down the chess game by using these things called imbalances. What's different between white and black? We learn those imbalances, and we let the board tell us what to do and how to read the chessboard. So the imbalance in this game is these double pawns. That's something that white has and black does. But double pawns, a lot of players think that the double pawns are bad. That is actually not the case. They're just different. The positives of having double pawns is that you get this nice F-file to use, where he actually can use it right now with a great tactic. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and then rook takes f4. So already he had a tactic, but blue EP chess has missed a couple tactics here. I would suggest to blue EP chess that he turn around and maybe in between rounds go to the tactic function on this website, or maybe another website, and try to sharpen his tactics for the next round, because he's missed a couple winning plays there. But back to the double pawns. The positives of having a double pawns is that you also get more square control. The pawn in front controls d4 and f4. The pawn behind it controls f6 and d6. And the negatives of the double pawn is that they're not flexible. One cannot move past the other because the top one is in the way. And also, they can be weak if they're on an open file. It's usually the lead pawn that's the weakest pawn. But right now, there's no more double pawns here. The position is pretty even now. Even though black had chances to win, two different tactics to win material, but didn't see the move. Also, time management is important, as we see this knight go to an outpost on d5. That's another imbalance, a weak square, a square that can never be controlled by a pawn. Is called an outpost for a knight, or a support point for a knight. And a knight that's in the center of the board on a square like this is very dangerous, and sometimes is even more valuable than a rook. So time control, when you're playing a 15-minute tournament, a 15-minute time control game where and you have 5-second increment, you should think at least 15 seconds per move. If you do that for the average game of 40 moves, at the end of an average game, you will have 1/3 of your time left after that game, or after you play 15 seconds. On 15 seconds, you think for 15 seconds a move, 40 moves come around, you're still going to have plenty of time to finish the game in case it goes over 40 moves, even though, like I said, 40 moves is the average game played. Okay, so everyone should think for 15 seconds. As we see, Duped is actually taking his time and thinking. Duped has dodged a bullet. Because black had a couple really good tactics. You see he goes knight b6 to get rid of this knight. That's a good decision by black. It looks like this is going to be a bishop versus a knight situation. I will pick the knight. Why? Because all the pawns are on the board. And the more pawns, the better the knight. The less pawns, the better the bishop, because the knights can jump over the pawns while the bishop can't. So in a closed position, knights are usually better. Now, I think all white has to do is now get the knight to e3 or c3 so he can go to d5. At that point, there will be no other piece that can kick the knight out. So it is worth it for him to figure this out. Knight e1 to c2 to e3. That's how it should go. As black further closes the position and actually makes the knight even a better piece, I will be so impressed if Duped finds this strategy of moving the knight. Now another way he could do it. Now he actually plays a5 here, and keeping the possibility of some opening on the a file. The problem with a5 is now this rook has to guard a5 for the whole game, and you might not want to do that. Okay, I would be very impressed if he could find the move knight to h4. Now, if knight h4 and g3 is played, then you're gonna go in f5, and that's a really good square anyway. The knight on f5 is in a weak square, but you can also go to e3 and back to d5. So g5 would be a mistake after knight h4. If f5, you would play g3 to protect the knight, but also so the knight can go back to g2, then to e3, and then to d5. Guys, it's worth it to get a knight on d5. It will dominate the whole board there. So this is a very interesting game here. My biggest question in this game with Blue EP Chess and Duped is if Blue EP Chess misses another tactic here, because he missed 2 winning tactics already. Duped, it's our first time seeing Duped, and Duped doesn't look bad at all as he plays the move. Now this is something. He sacrifices a pawn here. He goes for the pawn sacrifice. That doesn't look good for white. Like I said before, white's best idea was was to just stick the knight on d5. But now that he sacrificed the pawn controls e3 and c3, so there's no way for the knight to get to d5 other than like f4. And that's going to be a hard square to get to. All right, so let's go to another game. And we're going to look at Chess Boy versus Little Almond here. And, oh, this is very interesting game here. We have 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, but Chess Boy is actually has a rook. As we see Little Almond stop rook c2. This is going to be a very interesting game. Now here, if Chess Boy is hoping that when Little Almond goes to king d4, then he can play rook to a4 and then take the g4 pawn because of the skewer. It might be better for Little Almond to go, okay, so he does. He goes king c2, controls the c3 square. Now that he played g4, the knight already controls the c4 square. Now Little Almond, who is lower in time here, which tells me he's been thinking a little bit longer, he has to calculate whether he can race this pawn up, and I think he can actually, and he does. He plays c6, and then once d2 is played, that's it. And the problem is he can't stop it. You cannot stop it. D2, and then the move, c8. And you can't stop it. What a lesson in material imbalance. White had a knight and a pass pawn versus the rook. And this is exactly what you're supposed to do when you have a material imbalance. Make the material that you do have work for you. And as the king attacks the rook on a2, there's no way to stop the pawn from queening on c8. And he actually gives up. Now, the problem is you're going to lose the rook too. So after check, king takes d6. Then the king will take the rook on a8. And Little Almond should go on to win this game. And that was already we've had some very interesting games here. I just want to go back and see how did Little Almond... So definitely Little Almond is putting pressure on. Now I will say this. He could have probably just stuck the knight here on c6. That's a great square instead of trading. The knight can't move anywhere, so there's no reason to trade there. But it looks like he just wanted a pawn here. But the knight already is such a strong piece. Oh, and then that's where he loses his rook here. Okay. But he gets the bishop in return. And then there you go. Wow, wow. What a game there. And here, let's look at Master Minute versus Loose Hornet. And white has 2 rooks and a bishop. Black has 2 rooks and a knight. But white has an extra pawn here. Master Minute is on the clock here. I would guess well, is there any checks? No. So I would guess the move probably should be bishop, just to get rid of this knight, actually. Bishop d2, which puts pressure on the e4 pawn. Oh, but I see the g2 pawn is being attacked too, so I guess you could simply just play g3. Should be okay. But Master Minute instead allows rook takes g2 check. That's... Oh, but I see why. It makes sense. Oh, because he could go king takes c3. Again, great ideas from these kids. Stop the communication of the rook and the knight, so the rook does not protect the knight anymore. Now king takes c3 is going to be played, and now white wins a piece. But black does get 2 pawns for the piece. But that's not going to be enough here. Not going to be enough after the move. Rook takes c7, king takes e7, and then the move king to d4. You would rather give up the rook pawn and take the center pawn here on e4. Or since it's isolated, you can probably protect with a4 here. Oh, but that's even better. The skewer, and that should win the game. Already, these games have some serious excitement. What a move there! What a move there by Master Minute. Every time we see a move like that, we call it the bomb. It's an explosive move. So Master Minute will go on to win this game pretty easily here. Let's keep going. There is 8 games going on. Actually, let me update this. Is it really 8 games? It's really 4 games. Ewok 314 veteran against Leon. Oh, that game they have played already in the World Junior Online Tournament. And what is happening here? It looks like Ewok loses his queen here. Why? Oh, it was a sacrifice here, which didn't really look that great. And then what happened is Ewok kind of moved very fast in that combination and then gave up the material. And so Leon should go ahead on and win this game. So all right, let's go to 10th Teeth. And A-Hill versus 10th Teeth. And look at this combination here. A-Hill is currently down a rook. But look at the position of this king. And even though A-Hill is down a rook, I think I'd rather be... Well, I'm wondering if he missed... Oh, there's checkmate. Wow. Oh, he missed checkmate with H4. Oh, wow. He missed checkmate with H4. But he's going to have another chance. Like King H4, you have Queen to G4 checkmate. He can go Queen to G6 checkmate and then Queen G4. Queen G6 check and then Queen G4. Oh my goodness. 10th, who was up an entire rook. The problem is this game is not basketball where whoever has more scores. This game is about checkmate. You could have more pieces than your opponent and still lose the game because it's all about checkmate. As look at this. These games are very interesting. What is it about the new year to have these kids playing better chess? Look at that. He plays the London system. Grabs a pawn there. I must say, A-Hill is one of the, I think, the biggest improvers out of all the kids that's played in the World Junior Online Tournament. And at this point, A-Hill, how did he lose a rook here? No, 10th Teeth. No. How did A-Hill lose this rook? Right now, it's even. Ah, he blundered there. And has blundered the rook here, but now he has a strong knight on c5. And the thing is, when these things happen, when you're winning, you got to make sure you don't catch the winning disease. Because remember, this is chess. You have to checkmate in order to win and not have more pieces. Sometimes children, when they win a piece, they relax and say, I did it, I'm winning. And the other person that's down a piece is always alert, looking for initiative, which is the checks. Attacking a piece more times to protect it. Attack a piece of greater value. And then they start being, they're very aware, any way to come back, any type of possibilities where the other kid is relaxed. That means you caught the winning disease. If you're up a piece, you have to meet them with the same mindset, same type of alert mindset. Kind of like, oh, my opponent is trying to do this. Let me stop this. Oh, you're trying to hit me with this check here. Let me stop that. And be aware. If you're not aware, things like this happen to you when you should win up a piece. Now look at how A-Hill 2020-21, look how he puts that knight in the center of the board. You can't touch the knight because after rook takes e5, f takes e5 forks the queen and the king. And he takes here, and then this is where the checking ensues. Wow. And then he gets checkmated because his king wasn't safe, but also because he didn't pay attention after he won the material. The winning disease ensues. All right, these are some really, really good games here. We shouldn't have that many more games left. Okay, we have one more game, and that's Duped versus Blue EP Chess. This looks like Blue EP Chess is currently up a rook here. And I don't see blue EP chess losing this game here. He's threatening the simple move rook to f1 or queen f1, trading off the pieces, because that's the one way to simplify when you have a material advantage. You have an extra piece, is trade the pieces off, because at the end of the game you might have a piece and your opponent will have nothing, which means no way to come back. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat watching us here on the Implodian Chess YouTube channel. Please subscribe, like the videos, chat. Send me a chat. Any questions that you have, I'm here to answer. Books, anything. Ask me those questions. As we see blue EP chess play the move knight to e3, trying to prevent rook f1, but that's simply a queen capture here, right? So he can just go queen takes e3, no problems at all. Instead, he played. Now, see, this is what I mean by the winning disease. He instead takes with the pawn. Now, I think he's still winning for sure, but that wasn't accurate. It wasn't accurate. And when you see moves like that, you know, even though he's still winning here as he plays bishop to f2, threatening queen to f1. Blue EP chess still has to struggle. There is a lot of checks. If you allow the checks on the on this weak king, then it could be a perpetual check and a draw, which would be a big disappointment for blue EP chess, who's supposed to win a game like this. And now he has to really think about what white is threatening. Maybe queen g6, stopping the checks altogether. But then there's queen to b7. I think it was just a big mistake for blue EP chess. This is another case of the winning disease. Now white hangs on a little bit longer. Yes, he's down a piece. He's losing. But white, as long as white finds the only moves back and forth, white is going to be okay, or white could come back in the game if they just find those little annoying moves that black just can't really stand, doesn't really like. Keep finding those moves like queen to b7. Who knows where the king will move? Who knows? I guess after queen b7, there is a queen to g7, but then you can go queen takes a6. What did he do here? So Duke just took the pawn on e3 and then just sacrificed his queen there. Oh man, I don't know why he did that, but that really took away your chances. You just gave up the queen. Maybe he thought. Now sometimes what happens is, no, I don't know what he thought here. The bishop is clearly protecting the e3 pawn, so there was just a blind spot for Duke there. And now after king to f3, this is going to be an easy win for black. No way that white can come back. White is still playing, hoping on some type of stalemate possibility. So that's just a Hail Mary. But at this moment, black is clearly winning this game here. And let's see, is there checkmate here with bishop h2? Okay, so he misses that, bishop h2. I believe that was checkmate. And maybe h5, which stops the... Oh, but no, that would be a stalemate. So h5 would be a terrible move. He's still looking for a stalemate tricks. Black can capture this pawn on h5 because there's the g2 squares available for white's king. And after king g2, you're going to have the move queen f2 check. And if king h3 or king h1, you have queen to h2. And that should be checkmate. There it goes. And that will conclude our the end of our first round, which had a lot of fireworks there. On that first page, we have Masterman at A Hill, Marcel P007, Full Empty Pajamas, Little Almond, Leon, Determined Octopus, Sindhu, Top Madhouse, and I'm gonna refresh this. All right, let's start again with the shoutouts. Master Minute, Blue EP Chess, A Hill, 2020-21, Marcel, P007, Full Empty Pajamas, Little Almond, Leon, 1357, Determined Octopus, Sindhu, S, Top Madhouse, and then Parth, M, Duped, Chess Boy, 2, Cute Sorry Painting, J Chess Boy, 1, 10th, Teeth, Ohadma, Ewok, and Loose Hornet. Shout out to everybody that's participating in the World Junior Online number 4. And we have just finished our first round. And we will be back in about 12 minutes. We are back for round 2 of the World Junior Online number 4. Make sure you check out all the apparel and the clothing line at Wonderful. BCWArts.com is where you can get that clothing from Wonderful. BCWArts.com is our sponsor. Also, all future tournaments you can find at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. If you want to become an Implodian, that means a kid that uses imbalances to as strategy for their chess game. It's a special system that only unique to us. If you want to become an Implodian and get lessons, you can also contact us as Implodian Chess Gmail, IMPLODIAN Chess Gmail.com. Or you can inquire about lessons at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. Let's get to the games here. Let's look at Ahill 2021 versus Marcel P007. Ahill has white here. And Marcel P007 has the black pieces. You see Ahill trade there on now I don't know why he traded there. The knight was very strong on e5. Looks like Ahill might be aiming at the double c pawn. Maybe that's why he's looking to do this. Maybe moves like queen a4, rook c1, trying to put some pressure on the double c pawns on the c file, which does make some sense. But Marcel P007 is, by Lichess standards, is the highest rated player in Lichess here. And his online quick rating is 1,082. His over-the-board rating, I believe, is 1215. But we do have a player that is pretty close, as that is Full Empty Pajamas, who is around 1,200 in over the board and online quick rating. And then right behind them two, we have Tarun Rajesh, who is Master Minute, and he's 1105 and 1,060 in online quick rating. And then behind them, we have Leon Ma, 1357, and he is around 949. Determined Octopus is 948. Little Almond is 933. Elbert Park, that's Blue EP Chess, that's 924. And then Ahill is around 852. So he does try to attack the double pawns here with Queen A4. His plan is to play the move Rook to C1. As we see Marcel attack this really nice bishop. I think that Ahill, it was probably worth it for Ahill to play like H3 first. But I guess here he could play the move Bishop to G3. And just continue with his plan after knight takes G3, H takes G3, and then maybe Rook C1. And try to open up the C file and target these weaknesses here. A7, C5, and C6. So Ahill is picking the right plan. He is a Implodian, a new Implodian, but he's reading the board correctly. Now that actually was a blunder here. The bishop will be lost to a pawn. Oh no, he actually takes that, but he could have played G5 here, and the bishop didn't have any squares to move to. But then I guess there was a Queen D1 attacking the knight here. So if we look at this position here, the move is G5, and then maybe Queen to D1 hitting the knight here. And then, yes, the knight doesn't have anywhere to go, so I guess that's why he actually gets away with that. So he does take the pawn here, or the bishop, so there's a trade. And then here's another imbalance here, which is the double pawn. This pawn does control really good squares in the center of the board. So you can imagine a knight hopping to the e5 square. And also the rook's occupying the e file as well. So I wonder if Ahiel is going to continue his plan of playing rook to c1 and c4 and trying to just attack the weaknesses, the weak pawns on the c file. Or to switch the plan to occupying the e file. As you see, Marcel plays f6, kind of anticipating the knight going to f3 and to e5, prevents that from happening right away. Maybe thinking about expanding in the center with e5 after something like bishop d6, rook e8, and then playing e5. All right, so this game is going to be a really good game. We'll come back to this game, this battle between two of the highest players here. You got Marcel Pedraza, who is who's actually over 1200 against Ahiel, who's an imploding and improving big time. Had 3.5 in the last tournament. Only one loss in that last World Junior Online number 3. And at this point, Ahiel is 852. So a big advantage for Marcel P over 400 rating points. And we're talking about United States Chess Federation ratings, not the ratings that we see here. So Marcel trades his double pawn here, but now he gives himself this isolated c6 pawn that could be a factor as well. So I still think white has the best of this as we see rook and bishop attacking the b4 pawn here. And now all Ahiel have to do is control the square in front of the backwards pawn. So a backwards pawn is another imbalance. It's not a bad thing as long as you have the square in front of it controlled really well, which I don't believe black does. White has 2 pawns here controlling c5, and black only has the bishop. You can't push the pawn up. And a backwards pawn is bad if it's on an open file, which it does, as Marcel P plays. King to h8. Looks like he's looking to try to attack on the king side now. And he's saying to white, hey, even though my pawn is weak, the time is going to take you to attack this pawn is the time I'm going to use to utilize my forces on the king side. So what we want to do when it's on the open file, we want to control the square in front of it. So like doubling the rooks here on the open file here. Maybe bringing the knight to b3, controlling the square even more. And then finally we should be able to win this pawn, or at least stick a knight in the center of the pawn, or actually you kind of making your life hard for black, because black is going to always have to defend this pawn with a piece. As we see Ahiel looking at putting a knight there, but he shouldn't do it just yet, because after bishop takes, pawn takes, then the backwards pawn won't be weakness anymore, because it won't be on an open file. As now you see Marcel P is going all out attack on the king side. But still there's no pieces over there, so Ahiel should not get distracted about what's happening on the king side just because the pawn was pushed. Now I do not like this move from Ahiel. Now black is going to be able to cover up the weakness here with bishop takes c5, and you got to take with the b pawn or give black a protected passer on the other side. So I do not like that play by white there. And now there is a protected passer here. You can see the move e5 is probably going to be coming soon. And black is going to control the center of the board with a protected passer. Now all of a sudden I believe black is better because of that. All right, let's go to another game. Master Minute versus Determined Octopus. This is a good matchup. Master Minute is rated 1105, and the Determined Octopus is rated around 948 United States Chess Federation rating. As we look at this game here, we see that Determined Octopus has a pawn. It's winning by a pawn here. She has 7 pawns to Master Minute 6. bishop to b5, attacks the queen on c6. There is a hanging knight also on a5. White has a pawn on e5, and guys, remember this: a pawn on e5, the castle king dies. The pawn on e5 helps attack the castle king because the pawn on e5 stops defenses on d6 and f6. So it's hard for black's pieces to freely move from one side of the board to the other when there is so much space advantage in the center. Whether it's d4 controlling c5 and e5 or e5 controlling d6 and f6, usually in these situations, you have permission to attack the castle king. This is when those attacks are successful. So I'm looking at moves like bishop to d3, queen c2, hitting this knight on g6. Knight on g6 doesn't have many squares to move to. She could also look to play a move like h4, trying to kick the knight back with h5 and make the knight go to this terrible h8 square. She did. She plays h4 here, looking to play h5. Now, black can play h5 himself, but the problem with the pawn on h5 is going to be weak for a long time, so that will be easily attacked here in the future. You can even think about moves like bishop to e2 to start to try to attack it right away. And also after h5, you do give up the g5 square as well. So that's another thing that you have to watch. So I believe Determined Octopus is doing a wonderful job here. I think Determined Octopus is actually winning this game here. She has to be careful about catching the winning disease. As you see, she plays knight to g5 here, threatening knight takes e6 and uncovering a weakness on g6. And if bishop takes, then you give white the pair of bishops after h takes g5. As we see, Master Minute ignores that threat and plays rook c8, putting more pressure on the c3 pawn. I think it's possible to play rook e3 because not only do we want to protect the c3 pawn, but we also, she does play rook e3. We would like to swing this rook over to the king side here. So I believe she's playing really, really well here against Master Minute, who is has a significant rating edge on her. She's up a pawn. As we see, bishop takes g5, h takes g5 happens. We might expect moves like h4 or queen to e7 with a double attack on the pawn on g5. Still a lot of games to be played there, but white is definitely better. Let's go to Full Empty Pajamas. I don't know if we've seen any of his games. He is the second highest rated player in Quick Online, United States Chess Federation Quick Online rating. He has a rating of around 1205. Well, the top player is 1215. That is Marcel P007. We see Blue EP Chess has material here is, oh, black has an extra pawn here. You see 2 pawns versus 1 pawn here on the queen side. Full Empty Pajamas is thinking, look at the time advantage too, about 4 minutes. Thinking about whether he should trade here or leave it there. Or maybe even thinking about rerouting the knight here. Or maybe even probably taking on d4. Why not? So knight takes d4. You're threatening the rook on b3. But I like the patience from Full Empty Pajamas here. Full Empty Pajamas is showing a lot of patience against Blue EP Chess, who is a 924 online quick rated player. But as you see on Lichess, that rating is 1724. So Full Empty Pajamas is taking his time there. Let's go to another game. Leon 1357, another Implodian. This is a battle between two Implodians. And this is Leon 1357 and Little Almond. Now look at Little Almond, who has a lifetime advantage over Leon. 9 games to 3 games. They have played against each other in many tournaments. World Junior Arena leagues, daily blitz leagues as well. And here we see Little Almond has a rook versus a knight here. But it's a rook versus a knight and a pawn. So white does have 2 passed pawns here. White should look to bring his king across to c2 and then try to help push the pawns together. If white could somehow create a passed pawn and have it be protected by the knight, then white should be okay. So this is going to be a pretty complicated endgame here. As Little Almond has a rook versus a knight game here. Little Almond is choosing an interesting strategy to actually enter with the king on the king side of the board. That might be something, might not be a bad strategy to distract the king away from the center and then use the rook to attack the queenside pawns. As Little Almond is definitely taking his time here. Just remember, guys, if you have 15 minutes, you should be thinking for 15 seconds per move as we look at Little Almond versus Leon 1357. Look at Little Almond. He's trying to enter. I'm going to predict. Oh, wow. I was predicting that the king or that g3 would be played. Now we should see the move rook to c8, where the rook is going to enter on to c2. Maybe then knight to c3 shuts that down. And then probably we would have the move f5 after that. So this is actually, it's actually a pretty decent plan, an in-game plan for a Little Almond. All right, so these games are very, very good, and they're actually, the kids are playing these games pretty accurate. Let's look at Duped versus Loose Hornet. This is black has 3 pawns and a queen versus a queen and 1 pawn. But I will say, even though black is winning, there is this king. It's going to be hard to get away from perpetual check from white. White can now go queen takes a6, by the way. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. So, I'm sorry. The threat here will be checkmate in 2, queen h2, king f2, and then queen f2 check. But the black king is so weak, you just can't run away from checks easily. So, queen to c1, check, hits the queen. If you block, then he has queen to c5, check, and the checks just won't stop. Wow, that is an interesting move there. Whoa. Queen f3 by Duped. There's probably going to be a queen block here, but he's also going to have the move queen to e7 check. He's just trying to gain a perpetual check here, and he's going to be pretty close with it. Maybe queen to e. No, he actually goes. Thought maybe queen to e2 would have been better. Mainly because it's hard for black to block the diagonal checks. But now he can block this check here. But then you do have queen h8 check here, right? So let's try. Oh no, if he goes queen e2, he's going to pull him out here. So this is fine here. And so Duped is looking for a draw here. As he goes queen to g8. Now what black has to do is he's going to have to come out here and use his queen to block some checks. He's going to have to come out. And he is coming out here, but I still don't see a way, because the problem is he didn't go to a square where the queen could block a check and then the queen could get back into the game. Wow. Black is up 3 pawns here, guys, but the king is so weak here. Now, a big mistake would be to allow... Oh, so he allows queen takes a6 check. And then there's just more checks here. Wow. And then you can get closer here. And just keep checking. Wow. This, I believe, is going to be a perpetual check. The queen is so far away and can't block any checks. And now the king is definitely... has nowhere else to go. No hiding spots. And he's just going to... Oh, and then here we go. And this is going to be a draw. As long as black doesn't do anything and actually lose the game, because... But there's nowhere for this king to go. Wow. And these two players, Duped. What is Duped's rating? Whoops. Duped's rating is 808, 808. And the rating of, was that cute? Sorry. No, this is Loose Hornet. 663. So that was a big draw for a Loose Hornet, actually. Who's the lower of the two. Oh, man, these kids are playing very hard here. Let's go back to this full Little Almond and Leon 1357 battle. Sorry, I talked so much that my glasses fell off. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube chat. Thanks for watching Imploding Chess on our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe and like the channel, please. Please. All right. Leon is working this knight here, trying his best. 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. Can anticipate the move by Little Almond. King to, as long as he makes sure. Oh, there is a check here, but still probably should do this anyway. This should win the G2 pawn, and more than likely the H3 pawn too. So king to F2. Little Almond is low on time, but should have enough time to finish this game. King F2 attacks the knight twice, and also the pawn on G2. When the knight moves, then king can take on G2. Oh, but he does something even better. He takes the knight with his rook. The good thing about being up material is being able to give it back. So after king takes G2, and he goes king takes G3, the next pawn is just going to queen. What a move by Little Almond. And here is just going to be a race, and white is just too far away to make a queen here. And there it goes. Little Almond will continue to dominate this matchup with Leon 1357. And okay, so Little Almond should go on to win that. And it's weird because even though these two are really close in rating, Leon 1357 is around 9. Actually, Leon 1357 is higher at 949 compared to Little Almond, who's 933. But Little Almond has won 9 games to Leon's 3 games when they play each other. So it's something. It's mental. And Little Almond goes ahead to win that matchup there. Oh, let's look at Master Minute versus Determined Octopus. Master Minute had the lead, the pawn lead here, as we see knight to f4. Still 2 rooks and a bishop versus 2 rooks and a knight. White still has a pawn advantage here, 1 pawn up. Now that move might hurt though, because after queen h4, oh no, actually it's okay, because if knight h5, you do have king to h2, because the bishop is currently attacking the queen. So he goes queen to g5. This is still, is Master Minute looking for a draw here? Maybe. Master Minute is down 3 minutes of time. Now we see the Lichess rating between the two, but that is actually not accurate when it comes to their online rating. Master Minute has a USCF online rating of over 1100, I believe. Yes. 1105, where Determined Octopus has a 948 online rating. As we see, Master Minute is thinking here. What is he thinking about? Like maybe queen h5 check. That's going to force the king to go back to g7. And then you do have the move knight to h5. That's possible. Then you probably have to play a move like king to g2. So knight h5, king g2, and then knight back to f4 check. This could be a perpetual check here, guys. After knight h5, king g2 is the only good move. You do not want to go to the corner. This is also, queen g5 is also a good move, because if king to f2, then you got queen, queen h4. This looks like a perpetual check. The funny combination of the knight and queen when you're attacking the king is always the best combination when you're attacking the king, because the knight can do things the queen cannot do. So that's the best combination, and it looks like it worked here for Master Minute to save himself from a defeat by Determined Octopus, and there's the draw there. All right, not many games left. Actually, there is 1 game left, and that's Full Empty Pajamas versus Blue EP Chess. We have even material, but there is a pass pawn here on e6. Pass pawn for white is on a4. Blue EP Chess is thinking 2 minutes and 53 seconds to 6 minutes and 13 seconds as he plays bishop to e3. And this is still a complicated game. Blue EP chess is behind his passed pawn, and this passed pawn is probably, it can go. So for instance, if we take this here, we're gonna have to rush or at least push, and then it would be just a trade of pawns here. Now black is up one pawn, so maybe black, that's what black wants to do, trade the pawns. But Full Empty Pajama should be using his time. He has a time advantage for a reason. Should use 1 or 2 minutes if he has to come up with the correct plan. His problem is, even though his pawn is further advanced, he can't really push the pawn. Because it's controlled. The square in front of it is controlled. Whereas the square in front of the passed pawn on the A file is not controlled. And he chooses to move rook to B5. I think that was a weird move to play. That did not deal with the threat of A6. He's probably going to have to go rook to B8 and then rook to A6 right now. And that's probably something that, yeah, he probably should have done that anyway. This was a waste of a move. Maybe he thought, as we see, black offers a draw. Black offers a draw here. There was no need for a draw, I don't think. You can play the move rook to B8 and then rook to A8 and be okay. Even if he plays A7, you just snap the bishop off. That's all you got to do is snap the bishop off and then push the D pawn. He's going to take, then you're going to take, but you still have an extra pawn. So black offering a draw here. Black is still much better in this position. Should play it out. If anyone can win, it's only black. Even though this is a far advanced passed pawn, it won't touch down as long as you are careful and play the correct defense. As Blue EP Chess is thinking, I don't know if he should actually push this right away. Maybe he should actually, well, if he moves the bishop away, you're going to run into E5 or just D2. Can't do that. Yeah, Blue EP Chess has some decisions to make. Like I said before, this and now white offers a draw. White offered a draw, and black does not. Black just sits there and lets the time run out. Black does not take the draw now. Remember, white declined the draw before, which that was a big mistake by white to decline that draw. Now white realizes that that was a mistake and tries to offer a draw. But now black realizes that black is okay, and as he plays D2, that was a big mistake. Bishop to E3, now D2. Now the rook has to drop back. The rook is going to have to drop back here. And then you have moves like, well, you're going to have some moves. It's going to be very interesting now. So after the drop back, you're going to have E5 that's going to be played. And actually, black's plan should be to play E5, E4, and then E3. That's only if the bishop is not on the same diagonal. You can't play E3. But I'm assuming the bishop is running out of squares. After rook A8, now it's Blue EP. His turn again. He is running low on time as he plays A7. Remember, guys, you have 5-second increments, so it's still hard to run out of time. See, what black would like to do is play knight B2 and queen. So the first thing to do is get rid of this bishop. If you play E5 and he plays moves like bishop to C3, then what you do is you continue to push the pawn to E4 and then to E3. Now I really don't like what Full Empty Pajamas did there. first thing is he moved fast. So that's a mistake by moving so fast. Second, he moved the knight away from the best square. Nothing could touch the knight. You're protecting the best thing that you have on the board, and that is the passed pawn. I'm gonna assume that he's gonna go to the same square again. But I think his plan was to take the pawn on a7, but he didn't have to do that. So we're gonna repeat this position here, and maybe Full Empty Pajamas would find the move e5 here. And here, Full Empty Pajamas goes for a trick here. Does it work? I'm not sure. That's why he went there to go knight to b3. Looks like only thing it does is trade off the a7 pawn for your d2 pawn. And black still has one extra pawn here. And black, I would be blackest for choice, especially if you trade the rooks off. But looks like the rooks are going to still be on the board after bishop takes d2. But black really missed an opportunity of playing e5 here, and that would have been. And also, you want to push the make your extra material an active participant in the game. So e5 would have pushed one of the extra pawns into the game and made that pawn a factor. Here it just looks like a trade of the passed pawns. So he's trying to think what he should do here. He can try to get his king into the game, or just try to push those passed pawns further. For instance, e5 right now. That could be a move you could play. And Full Empty Pajamas' time is now getting closer to the time of blue EP chess, as he thinks. So he does get his king into the game with king to g6. Blue EP chess had that already planned out. And so blue EP chess is actually he wants to go king f1 and then king to e2. The bad thing about having a passed pawn so far advanced from the others is that the king could actually get to the pawn before you can. And that's actually going to happen. As he plays h5, and now the king is here. So now the rook is free. Is going to be free to attack the knight. And black could be in some trouble. Black could be in some trouble. So those knight moves, that wasted time, actually is going to do more than, take away the winning position, but might actually lose the game for black as f3 is played. Now, one thing I don't know about f3. Oh, he goes the wrong way. He should have went king to d5. What is happening here? He makes a quick move, and now his knight is stuck. He can go knight to a2, and then the move rook to b2, and your knight is gone. This was a terrible, terrible move for Full Empty Pajamas to move that fast without thinking there. Two moves here. He panicked under time pressure. He could have played king d5, rook to b1, and then king to c4. And tell you the truth, black's king is very well placed on the c4 square, protecting the knight, which protects the pawn on d2. Forcing him to, if he has to take on d2, to actually take on d2 with the bishop, where then he removes the defender from the a7 pawn. And this is losing here now for Full Empty Pajamas. And that will be a pretty big upset, actually. Because EP chess is only 924. And here he's trying to do his best to push the pawns, but there you go. There, that passed pawn now will become a queen, and this is going to be over. Full Empty Pajamas falls under 10 seconds. And the only thing he can hope for now is some type of stalemate trick or a big blunder. There's the check. And it's going to be checkmate soon. He's figuring out the correct technique. Anticipate moves like rook to d3. Then you're going to have, there you go, maybe rook to b3. He goes for trading there. Then he's probably going to play the move g4. You just can't trade that rook. There it goes. The rook drops. And Full Empty Pajamas, Implodian Full Empty Pajamas, who is pretty rusty here, as we can see. It's the first time, played in the last World Junior Online, number 3. First tournament in a while for him. And he definitely is going to pinch himself after seeing this game, after analyzing this game here. Check there, then rook check. And then that is game over. So, that was the last game. And after round 2, our undefeated players are Marcel P007, Little Almond, Sindhu, newcomer Sindhu S6, who's right there at 3rd place. And in blue, EP Chess is number 4. We got Masterman and Determined Octopus there at 1.5. Also on the first page is Full Empty Pajamas, A Hill 2020-21, Imparth, and Chess Boy. We will be back in 12 minutes. See you soon. We are back. We are back. Round 3 of the World Junior Online. Number 4. And we are going to go through the leaders. Oh, we're going to get ready for the games, actually. It starts in 10 seconds. Make sure you guys get your clothing from Wonderful Clothing. Wonderful Clothing. That you can get this clothing at bcwarts.com. Sorry, getting tongue twisted. bcwarts.com is where you get your new clothing. Check out the new clothing line. They have some really good hoodies, nice and neat with a really nice logo. So check that out on bcwarts.com. The clothing line is called Wonderful. Also, any information about lessons and becoming an Implodian plus upcoming tournaments, you can find that at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, or you can also contact us at ImplodianChess@gmail.com, ImplodianChess@gmail.com, IMPLODIAN chess@gmail.com. Thanks for joining us. For those of you who are on YouTube, subscribe. Make sure you like the video. And chat any questions you have. I will answer them right there in the chat on our Implodian Chess YouTube channel. All right, let's get to the games. All right, we have Little Almond versus Blue EP Chess, the battle of the 2 undefeated players here. We see Blue EP Chess. There's a fianchetto position here against the London system that Little Almond is playing here. And he plays h6 to stop, I guess, knight to g5. Or maybe he's planning on playing g5 himself here, as Little Almond plays knight d2, develops all the pieces. b6, so Blue EP Chess is either planning to play bishop a6 or bishop b7 to develop the bishop. We can expect the move knight to e5. In the London system, whoever controls e5 is usually going to have the better of the game. So knight to e5 is a really good post here. Little Almond actually tries to open up the position by playing e4. That makes sense. If he was able to get the pawn to e5, that would be even better. Now after knight takes e5, you might not want to go knight takes because the bishop will be aiming at the rook in the corner. And that's going to be a hard move to deal with here. So he does do that. So after bishop takes e4, you see the bishop will be aiming at the rook in the corner. Now c6 is a must, but the problem with c6 is that it loses a pawn to bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, and then bishop takes c6. And so this is going to be a problem for Blue EP Chess in this position. But remember, last game, Blue EP Chess was down a pawn to full empty pajamas, and it did not affect him as much as we thought. He came back to win that game because the pawn that Blue EP Chess had was a far advanced pass pawn with some miscalculations from full empty pajamas, as Little Almond does see that move, bishop takes c6, winning a pawn. But here, oh, now you have bishop takes b7. Looks like Blue EP Chess is okay with trading. I would see the moves. He probably should do this. Bishop takes b7, rook takes b7, and play the move c3, so he can solidify d4 and free your queen from defending the d4 square, and maybe concentrate on the e5 file. I mean the e file with the rooks on that file plus knight on e5. This is a pretty strong position, so we should anticipate c3 here. Let's go to another game. I want to get some of the lower games here. I wasn't able to get them in because usually the lower games finish quicker than the higher games, or the games of the higher rated players. So I want to go and get some of these games before they finish. Let's go to Top Madhouse versus Full Empty Pajamas. Now these two are brothers, and so I know this is it's going to be a heated battle here between these two players. Top Madhouse would, you know, cut off his ear to defeat his older brother in this chess game and in a chess tournament. Not literally, guys. He would not chop off his ear, but I know he would nothing he would love more than to beat his older brother as he plays the move king to d8. There was no reason to do that. I don't understand that. He could have just castled if he wanted to. I know he might have been scared of bishop h6. As Fullington Pajamas plays the move h4. Looks like he's looking to play h5. The material on the board here is even right now, but I'm just weary about this king here. But look what he did. He does that just to go rook to e8. Now, he gets hit with the move bishop to g5. That was the big setup. It wasn't h5, it was bishop g5, pinning the queen to the king. And Fullington Pajamas wins the queen for a bishop, and that should be a win for Fullington Pajamas. All right, let's go to Duped versus Leon 1357. Both these players, I believe, have one loss. One loss, one win. The imbalance here I see the pair of bishops here. That's a pretty important imbalance against the pair of knights. There's 7 pawns versus 7 pawns, so everything is even here. Now look at this knight putting pressure on the b6 pawn, and this is a problem here for Leon 1357. As he goes knight takes b6. Maybe rook takes a3. Yeah. And I think no. I was thinking maybe g4, but then you have rook takes f3, so can't do that. So here, Duped plays the move rook to a1. Now, these two players haven't played each other on Lichess before, but I would be surprised if they haven't played each other in person. And there was a trade of rooks on this file, so this is still going to be... Now, that I think was a mistake here by Leon 1357, because he allowed bishop takes c6. If bishop takes c6, then rook takes a6. Instead, he plays, which is a quick move by Duped, under the 15-second minimum time that you should think every move. He plays knight d7, encouraging rook to d8. He still has it though. Oh no. Let me not say he has it, because there is back rank problems for white as well. What I was looking at is bishop takes c6, and then rook takes a6. If rook takes d7, then you do have rook to a8. So I guess it does work. But instead he goes knight to b6, puts his knight on this outpost. Then knight to d4 attacks the nice bishop here. So Leon is starting to unravel here. Uh-oh, no. Whoa, that's a big blunder. That move was made under 15 seconds. And so this is going to drop the rook on d1, because there was a check here. Guys, make sure you always check your 3 questions. Are there any checks on the board, period, by you or your opponent? If that's a no, you go to, can a piece be attacked more times than protected? Not pawns, because pawns are not pieces. And if that's a no, you go to the question, can a piece be attacked of greater value, like a rook attacking a queen, or a bishop attacking a rook, or a pawn attacking a knight? If those questions are no, then there will be no blunders. But it at least takes you 15 seconds just to ask those simple questions. Let's go to another game. Leon 1357 is winning that game here. We're going to start from the bottom up now. We'll come back to the higher games. A-Hill 2020-21 playing Cute Sorry Painting. I'm looking at someone with a queen on the board. So I see a queen, rook, and bishop versus 2 rooks and a bishop. A-Hill is losing this game here. Down a queen. Now, there was another game where he was down a rook. I think that was the first game where he was down a rook and came back with a vicious attack here. This time he's down a queen, and let's see what happened here. Whoa, Cute Sorry Painting plays the orangutan or the Sokolov opening here. Whoa, so Cute Sorry Painting sacrifices the bishop for a pawn. E3 is played. Oh, and then what happened here is the sneaky move. Ahil catches the winning disease and does not pay attention to what his opponent is doing, not aware, thinking that this is going to be an easy win, and gives up the queen. Takes the rook quickly, and then boom, there's the queen. Wow. The winning disease. And look at Cute Sorry Painting. She takes another knight, and this is just a nightmare position now for Ahil. And Ahil loses that game in under 4 minutes because of the big mistakes in that game. Just moving too fast, not really paying attention to what's going on the board. And that actually is now there for these two have played 3 times. Cute Sorry Painting is now won 2 games to Ahil 2021's 1 game. All right, so let's go to another game. Let's look at Master Minute versus Imparth. Master Minute is white here, and I'm seeing this looks like a big mess. Black and right now is attacking C2. I wouldn't have nothing to do. I think white is looking to save the knight maybe. Probably shouldn't even try that. And then maybe there is some mating nets around this position. So he does go queen takes d4. He allows queen to b3 check. Or b1 check. And then maybe he's going to play the move queen to d1. And at that time, I think white will be up material. So this is a winning game for Master Minute. Instead, black goes king takes f7. Which is very, very interesting there. King takes f7. White has a knight, bishop, and a rook, and black has a bishop and a rook. White is winning, but their problem is white's king is still in the center, and there could be some problems with that. But white should be able to maneuver the king out of the center without much trouble because black's pieces are also tangled and not involved. So Master Minute should be winning this game, but winning doesn't mean you won. So we already seen someone catch the winning disease. He has to watch out for that. So let's get to the top game here, or on our top board is Marcel P007. Oh, the game is over. Marcel P007 has won that game pretty quickly. And then Marcel goes to 3-0. 3 wins, no losses. Determined Octopus wins her game against Chess Boy pretty easily, where she moves into second place with 2.5. The top game right now is Little Almond versus Blue EP Chess. Wow, this game is 7 pawns versus 6 pawns, so Little Almond, who has white, is up 1 pawn. Blue EP Chess is up by 2 minutes on the clock here. But that is, I think that is actually not a surprise. Little Almond, who is probably the youngest, I would guess, in this field, is actually the most patient in this field. Most patient in the field. So if you look at all the little almonds games, his games are he's always using his time. He's always the one that has the lowest of time because he's thinking about the best moves and the best plans. So he plays Queen H3 here. His plan looks like maybe to use this open H file. You got to watch it here. I'm anticipating now if Blue EP Chess really thinks about it, he would play King to G7 just to get ready for the opening of the file and then take over. So he does play King G7. That's an excellent move by Blue EP Chess. Excellent move. Because after H takes, Rook H8 is going to show up there combined with the bishop on D6. That's not a move you want to see. So now White does not want to open it up, but he does it anyway. Oh, and then Black keeps it closed. That was the perfect opportunity for Black to open up the H file. Whoa. Wow. Little Almond's turn now here. This is a pretty deep position here. I was looking at the move Knight to F3. He plays F3 here. Wow, that is a pretty strong move. F3 by Little Almond. The point is, if you take, then you're gonna lose a rook because he has two rooks. And guys, this is an isolated pawn strategy. So that's what's happening with Little Almond. He's attacking an isolated pawn, controlling the square in front of the isolated pawn. And now that this isolated pawn move, Little Almond has the fantastic move Knight to E4. And this knight cannot be touched by anything but maybe the rook. And you might have to sacrifice the rook for the knight. Because this knight on E4 is so strong in the center of the board. This is an excellent plan by Little Almond. He can also think about knight to C4, maybe distracting the bishop away. But the bishop can come to the square. Now, I don't like what he did there. I don't like what he did there. Knight C4 was not as good as knight E4. Now the bishop goes to F4 and solidifies the pawn on D6. Now B5 is going to kick this knight back. And where do you go with the knight? So I think that was a big mistake by Little Almond. Now I guess you could play the move. No, that doesn't work because after B5 and after you play the move knight to E5, then he has bishop takes E5. You can go rook takes here. Problem is, even though the bishop is pinned, he can unpin his own bishop by going bishop H2 check. And that doesn't look good at all. So, that was a big mistake by Little Almond here. Now, he could go back here and reroute. So, he can... No, actually, it doesn't work. Because if knight D2, pawn takes D2... Or, I'm sorry, E takes D2. And if rook takes E6, you have the move D takes E1 check. Queen. And that's going to lose material. So Little Almond really kind of messed up here. Now, there was a move. No, he goes king to G2. B5 came immediately. Now, I don't like the quickness of that move. But now we're going to play knight A3. And hopefully he stays away from the move. Oh, he got rid of the check there. So he actually could have played knight to E5. Because he got rid of the check. He could have played that. But instead he's going to go knight to C2. And increase pressure on the D6 pawn. Rook to E7. Black is going to play queen to E8 to make sure he keeps the pawn protected. And here comes Little Almonds coming with queen to G1. It's all about this pass pawn, guys. These two players are playing really well, and the tension is going to explode soon. Is the knight better than his bishop on f4? The bishop is playing a great defensive role right now. Little Almond does have an extra pawn, and his extra pawns exist in this 4 versus 2 over here on this side of the board. Maybe he has to figure out a way to play b3, c4, and then push these pawns on this side of the board. So Blue EP Chess has a lot to think about here. We're going to come back to this game. This is probably the best game. There's only 3 games left. Nope, only 1 game left. So we are forced to watch the best game. And that's the battle between Little Almond and Blue EP Chess. Both players are undefeated. As we see Queen E1. He has 1, 2, 3, and 4. And White offers a draw, and the draw offer is accepted by Black here. Wow. I do not agree. Little Almond should have played this out. Should have played this out after Queen E8. I guess he figures, hey, I can't win this pawn, but you're the one with the extra pawn. So he's the one with the extra pawn that he could try to expand here with b3, c4, and then d5. It's just going to take some time, but I guess he figured he had lower time with 531 and 942. That's a battle of 2 first place players, so he takes the draw, and we are done early. We're done early. That is round number 3. That was a pretty quick round. No, I think we should be done. Yeah. So now we have, oh, I'm sorry. Marcel P is undefeated still at 3-0. Little Almond and Master Minute and Blue EP Chess and Determined Octopus all have 2.5. Right behind Marcel P, 007. Sindhu, newcomer, has 2. Leon, 1357, has 2. Full Empty Pajamas. Cute Sorry Painting has 2 as well, with a big upset victory her last round. And Loose Hornet has 1.5. And that's our first page. All right, guys, I will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the World Junior Online number 4. We're in round 4. This is the beginning of the round 4 is going to start. Shout out to our sponsor, Wonderful, black-owned clothing line. Check out their clothing at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. Check out the clothing. They have really cool logos. If you want to become an Implodian and get lessons from us, you can, or inquire and get updates on future tournaments in the months coming. Go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. The first time ever we're opening up the Implodian system to kids outside of the state. So feel free to inquire about those lessons right there at MichiganJuniorChessArena.com and also future tournaments. Let's get into the game. We are starting in 2 seconds. Here we go. And the first challenge to Marcel P007 is Determined Octopus. Determined Octopus as Marcel P007 pulls out the Sicilian defense. And look at Determined Octopus pull out C3. This is called the C3 Sicilian, or otherwise known as a Lapin Sicilian. It should be called the Sveshnikov Sicilian too, because Evgeny Sveshnikov, Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov, who has successfully played this throughout his career and also wrote a couple of books on this line as well from the perspective of white. As we see here, black chooses to play E5 here, which weakens up the D5 square. But this is not the usual way to handle the C3 Sicilian, so I believe white is definitely going to be in a decent position because of this. As you see, wow, now white plays bishop c4. She does not take back the pawn on d4. She's not greedy. She goes for a development advantage, knowing that the pawns on d4 and d7 are not the greatest pawns, as you see bishop to d4. This is Marcel's attempt to get to catch up in development with bishop to d4. And then here, queen takes d4 instead of knight takes d4 here. And already I like white's position here. I like white's position. And just to let you guys know, Determined Octopus is a Implodian as well. And Implodians are kids who use imbalances to play chess. They don't use a bunch of memorization. They do memorize what to do when things look different. If this different is on the board, then they know what to do when that thing occurs. And so here we have a development advantage. The reason why Determined Octopus did not take this pawn back is because she's going for a development advantage. She has 2 pieces developed. She's ready to castle in 1 move. So her job is to be really aggressive, which means sacrificing the pawn if she has to, not taking it back right away. This move here was actually an excellent move. This was an excellent move by black. Wow, look at that move though. So here, Determined Octopus double attacks the F7 square. Wow. So after queen takes d2, we're probably going to have, we have king takes d2. What about the, and then knight e5, which protects f7 and attacks e4. Bishop to d5. h6 is probably going to come soon. There it goes. And then Determined Octopus has to go probably, let's say, knight f3 maybe. Could have looked at f4 as well. That was a possibility. But this is now headed to an endgame. We'll be back to this game. This is our top game here, the battle between Determined Octopus and undefeated Marcel P007. We're going to start again at the lower board. Chess Boy versus Ewok. and the reason why we started the lower board is because already, if you notice, Chessboy and Ewok have already traded off a lot of pieces, because what's happening is they're moving so fast and they're not really using time to think about all the moves. As you know, see, Chessboy has more time than he started with, because you get 5 seconds added on every move, and he's definitely used that, and he has more time than he started with here. But I will say White does have well, I wouldn't say White is better here. He played the move F3. There is Rook takes E4, of course, and then Rook takes E4. I spoke too soon. It still should be enough. It should be okay for White. Hard draw for White, but Black is much better in this position. Probably because Black has taken more time to think. Okay, let's go to another game here. Loose Hornet versus Full Empty Pajamas. Now we have a lot of siblings in this tournament. We have Top Madhouse and Full Empty Pajamas. They are brothers. And you have Loose Hornet and Cute Sorry Painting. They're brother and sister. And then we have Chessboy 2 and J Chessboy. And I believe they're siblings as well. And then we have Ohadma and what was that? Duped and their brothers. So we have 4 sets of siblings playing in this tournament. And so you know they're at home together playing in the tournament. And so you know those are chess homes there. Shout out to all the parents that support the kids playing in this tournament. Of course, we appreciate it here at World Junior Online. Implodians presents World Junior Online. We appreciate you participating in our tournament, especially during this time of quarantine where it's probably safer to stay inside right now, even though some things have opened up. A lot of you guys live in different parts of the country and the world, and different types of freedoms for you guys. Some states are not as open as others, but we know that if you stay at home, that's probably the safest place that you can be. But what a great time to do that when you have a game that we can play where you don't have to be face to face, even though it's better to be that way in my opinion. You don't have to be, and so chess is the perfect game for that. And also seeing the kids communicate in the chat, because you know there's not much contact where they're from, so it's good to get the kids communicating with each other, even if it's just online. You see Full Empty Pajamas versus Loose Hornet. Notice both of them have the same online rating, even though their USCF rating is a big difference there. The imbalance here that Full Empty Pajamas is looking at right now is this isolated pawn. Now, he doesn't mind bishop takes, pawn takes, because that will make the pawn stronger in the center. And also, it would give Black the imbalance of the bishop pair. The biggest thing that I see here is there's a development imbalance for Black too. Mainly because White has not castled and Black has. I will be looking at getting rid of my isolated pawn by at the same time attacking the knight on c3. Since the pawn on e3 is actually pinned, so the only way you can take this pawn is with the knight, and then we have knight takes here, which threatens the bishop here. So this is, I would say Black is for choice here. As Full Empty Pajamas is actually thinking. You see Loose Hornet has 14:48 and Full Empty Pajamas has 8 minutes and 30 seconds there. So let's go to another game. We're checking the lower games right now because their games seem to be the ones that are finishing quicker. We're looking at Cute Sorry Painting with Black versus Leon 13:57. Leon is just now this is gonna be bad here. This is gonna be a smothered mate. If Rook takes F7, then Queen to D8, Rook F8, and Queen takes F8 is checkmate. And if king to g8, then knight h6. This is one of the sweetest checkmates ever made or ever seen, is the smothered checkmate with knight h6, king h8, and then the queen sacrifice, queen g8, rook takes g8, and then knight to f7 wins the game. The Smother Brothers. And there it goes, and Leon wins the game with the smothered checkmate there. We're going to look at Master Minute versus Blue EP Chess. I believe these two have 2.5, so this is a big time battle here. Master Minute has black, Blue EP Chess has white. Master Minute is up 1 pawn. And it seems like Blue EP Chess is always down a pawn in every game. I think this third straight game being down a pawn somehow. As he is going for the trade here. So after queen takes e3, he definitely would like to trade and then go rook takes f1, rook takes f1, and then rook f8. Keep trading these pieces because the extra pawn gives black the advantage. And also there's a weakness on e3 as well, so that's another reason why they trade there. Master Minute is 2 minutes behind, but it shouldn't be a big factor in a position like this. To see him play rook c8. I would like to see him play rook a to c8, which is better. He's trying to go to the c2 square, but he chooses the other rook. And so Master Minute is much better in this game, probably winning that game actually. So next we go to Sindhu S versus Little Almond. Sindhu S, this is her first World Junior Online tournament. And we see Sindhu has 2 rooks and a knight against 2 rooks, a knight, and a bishop. Also, black has 7 pawns and Sindhu has 3 pawns. So black definitely is winning. The only hope Sindhu has is that the rook on h8 doesn't get into the game before she's able to create counterplay. What I mean by counterplay is, can she attack? Maybe she can take a couple pawns to make up for the missing piece. Maybe she can use a tactic that's available because of the missing piece. I mean, because the rook is in the corner. But here you see black immediately plays g6, ready to go king g7 to get that rook into the game. So Little Almond is definitely winning this game here. As king g7 is played. And he allows this pawn capture, knowing that with the maturity, knowing that, hey, I have an extra bishop. Even if my opponent gets the pawn, all I want is my extra piece to come into the game. And that makes up for that pawn by far. So you see knight g5, we're threatening knight to f3 check. Knight to f3 check. I wonder if he could still, if he would play it anyway. You see knight c6 attacks the rook here. Okay, so he plays rook to e6. He's ready to play now knight to f3. Shout out to everybody that's listening to the, look at that, f4, knight f3 is coming. The Imploding Chess YouTube channel, where all of our online games will be streamed live here. I'm going to look to get a guest on here. I need a guest. And I need a kid that wants to come on and commentate on some of these games. With your mother, with your parents' permission, of course. But I want one of you guys to come on and commentate on the game. As you see, Little Armor just takes the piece here, and this looks like he's going to be coasting to a pretty easy victory here. I need another commentator to come on with me. We need to see what's happening from the kid's perspective. As we see, Marcel P beats Determined Octopus. Wow! What happened here? Determined Octopus had a really good position. Wins the pawn back. Oh, and that's what happened. The check right there loses the rook. Wow. Because the funny thing is before that, Determined Octopus actually had a pawn advantage there until that happened. So that's what happened. And Marcel P007 is still undefeated. Still undefeated. I'm sorry, guys. The applause was on the whole time. Sorry. We wanted the applause here. Okay. Next game. So let's actually refresh. This is round 4 of the World Junior Online, number 4. If you're just joining us, I am Coach Brian, the coach, Brian Wilson, coach of the Implodians chess club or chess group, just my students, and we have built these tournaments up because we want to play kids that are not Implodians. We want to play other kids from other states. So that's what's happening here in these tournaments. Implodians Presents. We're going to have once a month a Implodians Open tournament where we're going to have a Grandmaster featured. So if you want to play against a Grandmaster, we will have that available. Actually, or at least, I won't say Grandmaster every time because there's some popular international masters and national masters and FIDE masters that we might have from time to time as well. But it gives you a chance to gauge your skills against some of the strongest players, and that includes adults. As we look at Sindhu and Little Almond is easily winning this game. So let's go to another game. Master Minute. Master Minute wins the game versus Blue EP Chess. No, I'm sorry. It was a draw versus Blue EP Chess. And Loose Hornet versus Full Empty Pajamas. Loose Hornet still has so much time for all the moves that was played here. And I believe Loose Hornet, look at Loose Hornet. He could play the move right now, Knight to D3 check, which will win. Paulina Pedraza, if that's all it takes for you guys to comment, then I'm going to turn the clapping noise on. No, I'm sorry, guys. Yes, the clapping noise was on. Sorry you couldn't hear me. Shout out to Paulina. Thank you, Paulina, for participating in the World Junior Online number 4. I know your son has participated in like 2 or 3 already. And Paulina, is your son, I think your son is, what grade is he in? Is he in 3rd grade, 2nd grade? Let me know. I think he's in one of the grades. I know he's in K-3, but I want to know what grade he's in because he's very talented for his grade. And where are you guys from? So give me the grade and the area. I want to say you guys are from New York, but I'm not sure, or Florida. I'm not sure. What's happening here? So Full Empty Pajamas is now up a piece for sure. So Full Empty Pajamas is winning here. Seems like he wasn't as accurate as he should have been, though. Not as accurate. And then I think we can expect to move maybe knight to c5, threatening there. Oh, nope. Full Empty Pajamas is just going to trade pieces, make it easy and simple. As we see rook c8. So Full Empty Pajamas should go on to win this game as he's trading pieces left and right here. There's another trade coming. I don't see any counterplay at all for white here. So let's go to another game. Ahil versus Imparth. Now, Ahil had a very disappointing loss. Ahil is also a new Implodian. And we see Ahil has 2-pawn advantage here. The problem is Ahil's king is so bad. As we see king h5. There's one more check with queen f5 or queen to d5 check. Let's queen f5 here. Maybe queen to... Yep, queen to g5. And then you're going to have queen f3 check. And then you're done with checks because of king h6. And now it will be black's turn for checks here. You might see white try to trade off the rooks, but white is down 2 pawns. As Ahil also has more time than Imparth or Parth M. And Parth M is his first time. Okay, Paulina, your son is 4th grade and from Chicago. Oh, I don't know why I thought he was K3. He's K5. Okay, but still for 4th grade, pretty good player. And from Chicago. Oh no, I'm from Detroit. You know we have a problem. You guys don't even know we're rivals because you're just living the life in Chicago. Paulina goes back to the Pistons and the Bulls for me. You know, our disdain for you, and when Michael Jordan was with the Bulls. So, but of course these kids know nothing of that. That happened probably before their parents were born. This was in the 90s. Actually, around 91, 92, around those areas. 80s. Actually, the 80s. From like 85 through 93. So these kids know nothing of that. I miss those rivalries in basketball. Okay, this is definitely winning for Ahil now. He has an extra rook. He's probably gonna play move king g7 or king g5 and should be winning that game. So let's refresh. It might be time for us to get to our top game here, which is Marcel P007, undefeated. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he won that game. He's won his game already. Our top game would be full. No. We only have 2 games left. And really, none of them are really... None of the games are really... really going to catch us here. Full Empty Pajamas is actually down to 45 minutes, but he's winning. He's going to grab a queen here. Loose Hornet has 15 minutes. Now, this is what's happening. 15 minutes and 47 seconds for Loose Hornet. At the end of this game means Loose Hornet has more time than he started with. That means he's moving way too fast, and that's why he's having problems in this tournament. You start with 15 minutes, guys, and he has 15 minutes and 50. He has 16 minutes now. So he's using that 5-second increment, adding time, but making many, many mistakes. As full length pajamas is surrounding the king. You can see maybe king to c6 coming. And then queen to a7 is checkmate. You can't get out of that. King can't move. You can just move a pawn here. And then queen a7, checkmate. And the game is over. And we only have one more game, I believe. And that is Imparth versus Ahill 2020-21. And I wonder if Ahill knew that, you know, did he create his username knowing that we were going to 2021? It's a pretty smart username, Ahill. As Imparth drops below 4 minutes, Ahill has 8 minutes left. I just don't see any counterplay for Imparth or Parth M at all. As he plays rook to c6, attacking the c5 pawn. And then here Ahill counter attacks the d3 pawn. And then here, now all you have to do is play the move c4, the pawn on. Okay, he plays b4 here. Then maybe we might see the move rook to d8, attacking the d3 pawn twice. Or you could even play rook h5. Just protect the c pawn, just so if he ever trades that, he has to trade the rooks off. It doesn't matter if you give up a pawn. This is forcing a trade here with rook d8. Yeah, I think rook d8 just forces a trade here. So now you have to block with rook d6, and then you lose the rook here. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't realize you can take on c5. Now you have rook takes d3. And this is a position that you can resign, but I wouldn't advise you guys to resign if you don't understand why people would resign in certain positions. Then just don't resign. Don't resign. Eventually, once you get higher, you will understand the reason for resigning. But until then, keep playing. Don't quit. As we see the move a4, he takes that en passant. Probably would have been better to trade these rooks off, though, with rook to c3. Okay, he does play rook c3. That is going to win the rook here. After king d6, you also have rook to d4. And that should win the rook for free. He's forced to go king e6 or king to e7. And then rook takes c7. So we see rook to... Okay, so he doesn't do that. Looks like he's just going to try to just get another queen and simplify it. There it goes. And he's going to be looking for a staircase checkmate here, as white hides there. All right, and now he starts the staircase process. Oh, and then all he has to do is go rook to h2 and then rook to a2. Staircase checkmate is executed, and that's it. So, all right, guys, we are finished with our fourth round. We're going into the fifth round, and Marcel P007 is still undefeated. Still undefeated. Little Almond is right behind him. Haven't lost, but has one draw with 3.5. And that looks like the next matchup is Little Almond versus Marcel P007. Right behind them is Blue EP Chess, Master Minute, Leon 1357, and Full Empty Pajamas at 3. At 2.5, you have Determined Octopus. A-Hill has 2. Sindhu, Cute Sorry Painting. Right, Cute Sorry Painting is having a pretty good tournament. And then we have at 2, 10th Teeth, Chess Boy, Loose Hornet, Ewok, J Chess Boy 1, Parth M, Duped, Ohadma, Top Madhouse, makes up the last or the last page there. We will be back in about 10 minutes. See you soon. we are back. World Junior Online number 4. Shout out to our sponsor, Wonderful. You can find their clothing at bcwarch.com. You can also find any information about future chess tournaments, and if you want chess lessons, at michiganjuniorchessarena.com, or contact us at our email at implodianchess@gmail.com, IMPLODIAN chess@gmail.com. I am the coach, Brian Wilson. Thank you for joining us here. Happy New Year's to everyone. And we're going to get started pretty soon in 8 seconds. Our feature game is going to be Marcel P007 against Little Almond. I'm pretty sure they haven't played yet. And here we go. We're going to spend most of our focus on this feature game. This is the battle for first place. And we see Marcel P007 is white, Little Almond is black. And we see a classical opening here. And the move D4, which starts the Scotch game. Scotch game is here as D6 is played. And after D takes C6, you have to take with the king. He takes with the knight there. And he gives up the pawn on E5. And already Little Almond is losing, because he's down a pawn here, and the main reason why he's losing is he moved way too fast and didn't really think about that. So already Marcel P007 is up 1 pawn and in a good position. All he has to do is make sure he doesn't catch the winning disease. After bishop D6, looking to play the move knight to C4, to trade knight for bishop, which gives white the imbalance of bishop pair. He goes knight to F3 instead. Can't play knight F6 because the fork of E5. Knight C6 was played. We should expect the move bishop to B5. Then maybe bishop D7. Maybe black actually castles to the queen side after bishop D7. Does play bishop to D7. And after castle, black can castle to the queen side, which I think would be the best side to castle to, because you automatically put a rook on the open D file. He does castle to the king side. I think that's a mistake. Should have castled to the queen side in this position. Now, the good thing about black being down a pawn, if there's any good thing, is that black does have access to the E file to put a rook on, and then has a target on E4 if black can figure out their plan. But this is definitely much better for white. As he plays bishop E3, his bishop controls a good portion of the center. You should expect black to play rook E8 and rook to D8. He plays A6, so I will say if white decides to trade here, black does have the pair of bishops that could be significant. White does not trade. We should expect B5 and then maybe bishop to B3. And then maybe to move rook E8 or rook D8. Or also maybe even knight to E5, but I think rook E8. Trying to put as much pressure on this pawn as you can. Or you could play knight A5 and try to grab the pair of bishops and create an imbalance of bishop pair, which could make up for black being down a pawn. So I would favor, I think, knight A5. But Little Almond's going to take his time. That's why he has the points that he has, is because he's taking his time. There's a significant rating disadvantage with Marcel P and Little Almond. Not only with United States Chess Federation ratings, but also on Lichess. You see a 1904 to a 1679. Marcel P007 is 1215 over the board, and Little Almond is around 459. Of course, much better than that. Little Almond is an Implodian, much better than that. He has a 929 online rating, but over the board he's 429. So the move a3 was played here. Still, I'm looking for a little almond to bring the rooks to the center of the board. It's a lot of game to be played here. So there's rook e8 here that was played by Little Almond. Now it's on Marcel Pete 007. And Marcel should also bring his rooks to the center. Rook d1 or rook e1. There's rook d1. We should expect rook to d8. Or knight to a5. I think knight a5 is a possibility as well. You might even can play the move knight to actually b4. With knight takes b4, that's a strong knight on b4. That's possible. So there's some possibilities for Little Almond. Then again, white is clearly up a pawn for nothing. We'll come back to this game as Little Almond thinks. This is our marquee game, Little Almond versus Marcel P007. Let's take a look at Leon 1357 and Blue EP Chess. Both these players, I think, are battling for possible second place. As we see queen takes e6 by Leon. And then maybe a takes, or queen takes b3. So right now, Leon is up one pawn. But it seems like Blue EP Chess has been down a pawn every game and still found a way to come back almost every time. As we see queen c7. And the imbalance here is two knights versus the knight and bishop. There is some space, but it's not as significant anymore because there is not many pieces on the board anymore to benefit from the space advantage. Goes queen d3. This is a nice move. There is an isolated pawn here, so when we look at the pawn structure, black has more islands, 2 in a row, 1 in a row, 1 in a row. That's 3 islands compared to white has 4 in a row and 1. That's 2. So whoever has the most islands, the most islands has the worst pawn structure. So this pawn always has to be guarded by a piece. And also the square in front of the path of the isolated pawn is also weak. So maybe we're looking at moves like knight to h4. There it goes, knight h4, threatening knight to g6 or knight to f5. And I think white is definitely winning here. You have to watch back rank problems. I know the knight can always drop back to f1 or the queen. Now this is a dangerous move for white to play this move because he plays queen to c4 check, hitting the king, but the queen is not protected, and you could succumb to tactics like bishop takes f2 and you lose your queen. So if Leon makes a quick move here under 15 seconds, he will lose his queen to bishop takes f2. But he moves away. It repeats the position again. You're going to see king g8 again. Blue EP Chess would take a draw. Actually, he doesn't. So now this looks very bad for Blue EP Chess. The pawn on g6 can be attacked twice with the simple move e5. And after d takes e5, then you're going to have queen takes g6, and this is just going to be a winning position here. You're going to win the knight on f6. So that was a big mistake by Blue EP Chess, not going for the draw, knowing that he's down a pawn, taking the draw position or repeating the position and seeing if white would like a draw, but instead gives up the g6 pawn. And this is not looking good for Blue EP Chess there in that game. Master Minute versus Full Empty Pajamas. Let's see. The material count is even. 6 pawns, 6 pawns. Master Minute is white. Master Minute is black. Full Empty Pajamas is white. The biggest imbalance is his pawn on e5, which makes his bishop on d7 look terrible. And also the knight on f6 cannot... the knight on g8 cannot get access to f6. Remember, the pawn on e5 gives more space, gives white's pieces more squares to move to, and that's exactly what's happening here. You might see a queenside castle here as you see bishop c5 aiming at the f2 pawn. anticipating the move queen c2, protects f2, but overprotects the e5 pawn even some more. This is just a much better position for white here. As we go around the games, A-Hill versus Determined Octopus. White is A-Hill, Determined Octopus is black. Determined Octopus has 2 extra pawns and an extra rook. So not looking good for A-Hill. Determined Octopus is winning this game here. Then we have 10th Teeth versus Sindhu. That game is already finished. 10th Teeth wins that game here, and he finishes his tournament. And then Chess Boy versus Cute Sorry Painting. That game is also finished with Chess Boy. Chess Boy winning that game there. Just going to refresh the games. And there's 6 games going on here. Let's get back to... Oh, we didn't get Ohadma versus Chess Boy 2. This is black is Chess Boy 2, and Ohadma is white here. Chess Boy 2 has 2 extra pawns. Ohadma has 2 pawns here, 2 extra pawns on the board. So white is clearly winning. Oh, there's a blunder here. Wait, what happened here? Okay, I'm sorry. No blunder. It was white to move there. Okay. Wow, there is rook takes that. Now, I don't like what he did there, because he could have just went rook takes b6, because the pawn on d4 wasn't going anywhere. And here we can go king to d6 here. Maybe even king to... Whoa. What happened? What's happening here? Okay, I guess king takes c5. But it's not the best technique, but it looks like Ohadma is going to be able to probably draw this game as he checks for... Oh, and he goes to the wrong file and allows Ohadma to pick up the pawn, and that should do it. This should be a complete draw for Ohadma against Chess Boy. Ohadma was down 2 pawns, was able to take both pawns, and then this should be nothing but a draw here. What a comeback for Ohadma. Ewok versus Loose Hornet. We see queen, rook, and bishop. Black is up a rook and a bishop. Up a rook and a bishop. Loose Hornet, and Ewok is down by a lot. Loose Hornet should easily be able to win this game. I will say he has to watch out for the perpetual checks, though. So he has to actually go closer, because you're going to get queen e7 check. Now he might have messed it up. He might have messed everything up here by not going to the corner. You're going to get queen e7 check. Wait, what's happening here? He did not check him and go for the draw. And now you're just going to give up a checkmate with rook e8 checkmate. Oh my goodness. That was a big turn of events there. Man. It would have been probably pretty close to a perpetual check and a draw for Ewok if Ewok would have looked at the checks first. Always look at the checks first, guys. Checks first. All right, we're going to refresh here, and we're going to get back to our top game. Oh, wait. Something bad has happened here. Ohadma has blundered the rook. Wow. Oh, no. Ohadma has blundered his rook. It was supposed to be a complete draw. Oh, wow. And Chess Boy should go ahead and win this game. It should win. He should win. It should have been a draw at first. That was a big blunder there. Now let's go back to our top game, and that's Little Almond versus Marcel P007. And already Marcel has an extra bishop. He went from an extra pawn to now an extra bishop in this game, as Little Almond is around 7 minutes and Marcel has 12:21. What happened here? Bishop takes f3, and then there was a knight to e5 move. And then, wait. He goes knight takes here, and then, whoa, he gives up the... Yeah, I don't understand what he was doing here. He could have played the move bishop to c5, but he played rook d8 and just gives up the bishop. And that's pretty much what happened there. It is 6 pawns and 6 pawns. Now, white does have the worst of it when it comes to pawn structure, but with this extra bishop, white should go ahead to win. Plus, he has 12 minutes to 6 minutes in time advantage, as Little Almond is trying to maneuver his king closer to the center of the board and relieve the burden of protecting a pawn on d6 from the rook. As we see bishop to c5 makes a lot of sense. The pawn is pinned. And this is just going to be a victory for Marcel if he keeps it together, doesn't catch the winning disease. He should go on to finish the tournament undefeated. Marcel P007 is looking to become the champion. So champion number 1 of the Michigan Junior Online was Charlie Reese, CPR chess, and I believe he repeated here. He won back-to-back championships, CPR chess. And then after CPR chess, it was Swagderp, which was World Junior Online number 3. And Marcel P007 is looking to be the 4th champion of the World Junior Online tournament. And this would be his, I think he might have played in 3 of our tournaments here. We will come back to that one. Let's go to Leon, 1357 versus Blue EP chess. This is 3 extra. He has 2 extra pawns here. But there is a pass pawn here, so you got to watch it. There is a queen to f4 here. So he's really just trying to, looks like he's just trying to get close and try to trade the queens off by force. He has to watch it because the queen is attacking h4. Is he trying to use a perpetual check? He should not, because he has 2 extra pawns, so this should be winning. And now maybe the move g3. That protects h4, and then he's going to be able to push his pawn down. But I don't like what he did there. Even though he should be okay after queen to h4, because king to g1, there's no more checks. But is why allow a check when you can just play g3? There will be no checks there. Okay, so queen to d8, threatening queen to e8 check. I think you can probably push this here. Why not? You can push this right here. He goes queen to e2 check, but you can start pushing this pass pawn now. There's no more checks available here. Oh man, he was greedy here. And is he not giving up? Oh, I guess he could play queen to, but that was greedy to take that pawn. You didn't need to take that pawn. It was more important to push the pawn instead. He did trade off the pawns. He's still winning. Now, why would you? I don't know why he would come out there. He could literally go back and then block. But the problem with these players, what they're doing now is, since it's the end game, they feel like they should move faster, which is not the case. Both players have over 10 minutes of time. So this makes no sense why he would try to move this fast. No sense at all. And the only thing that could come of this is a blunder. Now this might be almost a time for him to claim a draw, because we have yep, there it goes. And so that was a very disappointing performance by Leon that allowed a draw there. Allowed a draw because of his hastiness, and now he doesn't get the full point, and that could affect his standings going forward and his prize. By the way, there will be trophies in this tournament. There was 19 kids in this tournament. It won't be as many as we would have when we have 25 or more, but we will have trophies that go by grade. So it all depends on what you guys signed up for. All right, let's go to Master Minute versus Full Empty Pajamas is still going on. Let's see here. We have a knight versus a bishop. There's 2 rooks, 5 pawns versus 6 pawns. So Master Minute has an extra pawn. Master Minute is currently thinking here. It might be best for him to go rook f8, because there's a queen sacrifice after rook f8, which would be checkmate in, what, 2 moves? So he does play rook f8. His plan is to go queen to f1 check. So we need to play, so white has to play the move h3, gives himself his king room to move out of the check if that happens there. So he plays rook to g1 instead of playing h3. And when I'm in this position, sometimes it's good to actually start moving this rook pawn up to loosen up some of the squares around the king here. Did that make any sense? No, that did not make any sense at all. That was a terrible move there for Master Minute. Oh, man, that's such a blunder. Wow. He made a move hoping that white would take with the wrong rook, but white didn't do that. And now white is clearly winning in his game after that move. All right. Well, let's refresh here. There is 2 games left. Of course, we have our top game. We just looked at the Master Minute here. I do not see any good counterplay for black here. Now black is even down a pawn here. 1 pawn. A pawn and a bishop is extra for white. Pawn and bishop extra, threatening rook to h8 check, mate. Maybe he plays rook a8 or f6, stop the checkmate. He does play f6. So he just plays rook e1. I was looking at the move f4, loosening up this. Actually, that was actually the move. f4 would have been a great move. The threat was take on g5, h takes g5, rook takes g5, f takes g5, and then rook h8 checkmate. That was in this position, guys. f4. Now he's threatening just to swap rooks because he's up a material, up a bishop. And h5 is played to give the king room to run around. But we're just going to see the move rook e7 check, swapping the pieces. Really good technique by Marcel P007, not taking extra risks, just looking for piece swaps here. And this is a strong move, attacking the f6 pawn twice, challenging the rook on a6. What are you going to do? If If you don't take, then I'm looking to take on f6. And if you do take, then I'm going to replace it with another rook, and you won't be able to stop me from taking on f6. This is a strong move to convert Marcel P007 winning position here. All right, so king to g7. I guess that does. Actually, he could actually play bishop takes f6 check. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop white from taking the pawn here. And I believe this is the last game. Okay, it's gonna take so everybody who is playing, it's gonna take about a week before you guys get the trophy sent out. I need your address. I'm gonna let you guys know what the standings are. We go by United States Chess Federation ratings and standings, so this Lichess standings don't matter when it comes to who's getting trophies or not. The first thing we got to do is make sure there was proper play. Make sure there was no cheating or anything in these games, because if there was someone that cheated and I put the rating in, I would have to reset it and forfeit that person out of the tournament. So I would rather wait a couple of days before those ratings go in. Once that is in, then I'm going to email the winners to everyone. And if you are one of those winners, you have to then email us back at implodianchess@gmail your address, and then those trophies will be sent to your home. Simple as that. The facility for the trophies was down during the break, so they're fully functioning now that we're in the new year. So we're looking forward to having those trophies sent to your home. I would like to have pictures of your kids. If you can send those pictures, we can post them online to our subscriber page, our private page just for subscribers. And you can, we can celebrate your kids' success at their World Junior Online chess tournaments. Okay, now we're gonna check in the Master Minute game. Yep, this is won by Full Empty Pajamas, and we have Little Almond versus Marcel P007. This is just a matter of time as Little Almond is down a bishop. He's still fighting though. Still fighting. So he checks here. I think he could have played the move. That move B4 actually would actually do a pretty good job of taking some of these pawns off. So it's still a couple chances for Little Almond, even though he's now moving way too fast. Of course, he has only 29 seconds, so he's not really thinking forward like he should. And he just missed his opportunity to play that B4 move. As he's thinking here after rook to G7 check. Okay, he plays bishop to A5 here. Now, he did have the move rook takes B2. And this should do it here. And there it goes. So we are now finished with. I think so. Yep. We are finished with the World Junior Online number 4. Remember, next Sunday is another one, and next Sunday after that is another one. Next Sunday after that is another one. We do this every Sunday at 12 p.m. It goes down. Implodium presents World Junior Online Tournament, and we want to congratulate Marcel P007 for getting his first WJO championship. Congratulations, Marcel. It's going to take a couple days. As long as everything fair play, when fair play gets checked out, we will officially rate this tournament, and that information will be going to all the parents and children in emails. Whatever you contacted us with the emails, that will be returned to that email that you use to register. We'll have a list of all the winners that will also be posted on the website, MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. MichiganJuniorChessArena.com. Those results will be posted there. You can see if you are a winner or not. But as far as we know, Marcel P007 is our WJO number 4 champ. Congratulations, Marcel. And shout out to our sponsors. Wonderful. You can check that out at bcwarts.com, bcwarts.com. You can look at all future tournaments, and if you are interested in becoming an Implodian and getting lessons, you go to MichiganJuniorChessArena.com to check out that, or email us at implodianchess@gmail, implodianchess@gmail, IMPLODIAN chess@gmail. There, what a good tournament. This wasn't even supposed to happen today, guys. This wasn't supposed to happen. A couple kids signed up, and there was some interest, so I went ahead and put that tournament in for us. There definitely will be a tournament next Sunday. You can register for that right now. You can register for all the tournaments right now. It won't stop. So go ahead and check that out online. So that's going to end it for us here. And representing the Implodians until next time. Next Sunday we will be right back, same time, same channel. For our World Junior Online number 5. And I am Coach Brian Implodian out.